Well, good morning, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary finery, everybody else out in the audience. Welcome. Thanks very much for being here. A little bit of... Here's one sec here. Oh. Interesting. Okay. So, yeah, welcome. Glad you're here. Hope things are going okay. My... One sec here, just turning up my my monitor headphones here. There we go. All right. So yeah, I hope everyone's doing all right. Things are going okay here. It is 11:30 on a Sunday morning. So yeah, we got things to do. So we'll dive right in, talk about some of the stuff I'm working on now and the like, and hopefully all's well with you. All right. Okay, rocket boost hand, yeah, sure. So this is my test, my electronics test case. It's a simple bump circuit. It fires a counter, and then at the same time it runs this delay loop of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 4 seconds, 20-second delay. And advances the counter 1 point, and then the light goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it resets and counts over again. That's all it does. Trying to get a stable configuration that I can trust, with the idea that I may consider using this as a way of managing the various boards I'm using to run the tiny factories. So, you know, with 5 of the, you know, if you can imagine that if these were 5 relays and I had switches hooked up to the various boards, and what I did was that I just turned each relay on or off, or I don't even need the switches, just the boards, and just let it step through, you know, and so every board would be on for, let's say, well, this is 4 seconds, so I put 8 of these, and this counts as a 4-second delay. So all total I've got 6 of these, right? So that's 24 seconds. I put 2 or 3 more in, get it up to 32 seconds. Every board runs for 32 seconds, let's say. And that's enough for it to have read the database, skimmed through all the various machines, and assigned them all jobs, and then it shuts off. And over the next 2 minutes, 3 minutes, those machines just churn away doing what it is they're supposed to do, as all of the other machines get their orders. The benefit to doing it this way is that it's not another programming board, right? It just runs. As this facility gets bigger and more complicated, I'm going to be looking for ways to increase the number of the amount of uptime on the individual lines to make sure that everything's current, as I need more material to do stuff. So that's the freighter. The factory ship. The Omega is working on the voxels for me. We've arranged a barter. So they're going to get a couple of copies of the BP when this thing is ready to go. And they are turning their voxelmancy loose on it, as well as doing some styling tune-ups and some stuff like that. trying to take the much more crude vision I had and really take it to the next level. So you know, they've the nose section is the sculpting, the exterior sculpt on the nose is done. The next thing you're going to have to work on is the internal chunk of the sculpt, right? So the door's properly suited and blah blah blah. But other than that, it's looking good. I'm very pleased with how that looks so far. Good use of materials, good use of colors. So yeah, I think it's going to look absolutely boffo when it's done. Set up a went and got a couple of the free blueprints that are available from Dispenser now. So the idea is I'm going to start, well, actually it's going to be a significant chunk of what it is I'm probably going to be working on today is building out a little bit of a transport route, a formalized transport route, if you will, that goes down towards the landing zone over there. That's going to require me grabbing a few large cores, so we're going to spin up some industry to make sure they're doing that. Glassing in continues. I've added another two layers on the first silo. We've got a prototype incomplete voxel. Dark Angel's still working on the gold master, as it were, over at the other location. But I want to make some progress on engines and testing, engines, flight testing, stuff like that. So I've just done a quick glue together of the work that they're doing so far, and we may do a test flight of that today as well. We'll see how, Providence and industry willing, we'll get the rest of this thing kitted up and get it operational. Do a test flight, see how well it hovers, stuff like that. But yeah. And I went and got one of the what are these things? Yeah. Flow Locura AWP. Little articulated work platform is what the thing is called, and great little piece of kit. Makes it easy to get work done. So when I set that core up, I was able to put the core up there, then take this thing, fly up to the core, set the avoidance lights on top, and build the boom underneath it, and yeah, it just made doing things a lot easier. And, other than the parts to assemble it, the blueprint is free. So, excellent little tool to have in the inventory of any base builder that's in a gravity well. I'm used to doing all this stuff in space, right? It doesn't matter. You just put something there and float over to it. So, yeah. So yeah, run some industry, do some fussing around the base, just a bunch of little things need doing today. Alright, so let's see where we stand. Equip. Inspect is the one I'm looking for. Now, some of this stuff I do not need, like I don't need a second radar on that build, right? So there's a few of these things where I'm using this as a checklist, not as an intention to build, right? Okay, so basic M's. Those haven't fabricated yet, almost guaranteed. Oh yeah, save and sort by name, please. There we go. Basic space engines there, but not the atmosphere, but not the medium atmospheric. So okay. So we're waiting on one of those. Container hub, I don't need. Gyro, don't need. Nav chair, don't need. Receiver, don't need. Retro rocket, brake S. I have brake M's, but no brake S's yet. Okay, so that's got to wait. Radar, already have one. Stabilizer S's. Nope, don't have them yet. So we're waiting on a bunch of stuff to come out of industry, right? Okay, so we have a lot of the rest of the stuff ready to go. Plastic, I don't. The material I don't need. The hull's already there. We're just waiting on the parts to install. Okay. So let this run for a little while. Okay. Wow, can't type. I am now running no board, which is how you're going to see what it is I'm typing on my flash up on the screen. That's going to be particularly useful for things like when I'm, doing strafing commands and stuff like that. When you're seeing me fly, that'll pop. That's going to be particularly useful. If it's just distracting for common application, let me know. I can turn it off and turn it back on when we're doing flight ops, right? Incoming ad break. That's fine. Go ahead and do that. All right. Oh, I forgot Discord. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Anything good? Okay. All right. All right, cool. Just taking a quick look to make sure that I'm not missing anything important. Mediaing. We'll just throw a copy of that into Settlers chat for anybody who's worried about these things. All right. There. Yeah, okay, that's churning away. Okay, now I think what I'm going to do is take advantage of the fact that I can see and get some more glass in on this side. I got to figure out how I'm going to handle this corner, but I don't know yet. So I think the plan will be to pretend I don't see the issue. Pretty sure that's how I'm going to handle that right now. Let's... Whoa, no, wrong button. 7. Let's grab these squares here, like so. Go away. let's just grab that and replace. There we go. Okay. And then I kind of want to keep this as the thing. Hey, Space Nerd, good morning. Good to see you. Oh, that reminds me. Give me just a moment here. I have a little bit of gain. Why would I do that? Okay, limiter. Yeah, limiter. And we'll set yeah, we'll set that to about a -3, and we'll leave it. We'll set that to 180 milliseconds. I've had a few people complain that one, a little hard to hear, and two, really loud when I laugh. So trying to increase my my microphone, but without blowing everybody's ears out if I have a good belly laugh, because I do like to laugh. There we go. All right. So how would I do that? I think, okay, so that pane of glass comes out of there. Let's take a look at this. Let me know if you can hear me okay, Space Nerd. It looks like my microphone is working properly, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything I've discovered when it comes to Twitch. Ten out of 10. Awesome. Thank you very much. I'm going to pilfer Windows out of here because that is less disruptive to industry. Go. Both this system and that system produce canopy glass, but obviously enough, you know, if I'm waiting for stuff to come out of here, the more things it has to try to make, the slower it's going to run overall. I do need to get another line set up, and that may well be part of what I do today, too. It would be actually a reasonable thing to do first, entirely on the idea that it would, you know, reduce lag in terms of, hey, I want something. Hey, I have something. But you know me. We'll grab a half of those. We will grab a half of these. Okay, that should keep me going for a bit. Any issues hearing the background music or the game sounds? Looks all right. Don't really hear background music at all. All right, excellent. I've had some complaints that I like my music too loud, so trying to find the right balance. Oh, hello, I have a visitor. Ah, Dome Survivor. There you are. How you doing? Can I speak? Yes, I speak very well, often very loudly, and often very continuously. I love the Settlers logo, by the way. I don't know who came up with that for you, but that's great. Well, it's all, yeah, so music's on now, and, you know, in my the problem is my monitor, my monitor headphones don't necessarily, what I hear. That's Lunar. Yeah, that's you, Lunar and you. Yeah, okay, cool. I figure it was a team effort. No, I really like it. It sells the whole thing. So, yeah, welcome to my humble abode. So that's the factory ship. And yeah, it works. I'm really impressed, actually. It works flawlessly. I have basically literally done a full mission with it, which is take it to an asteroid, load the asteroid into the hoppers, let the foundry run, convert most of it to pures, and then on the way back home, have it unpack the pures into an assortment of things that I could drop off at a market to sell if I wanted. None. Zero. Crisp, clean, no caffeine. Well, that's not true. I'm always drinking coffee, but yeah, no, it works just fine. And that was before the server upgrade, by the way. I have intentionally been stupid and had industry running while flying in atmosphere, which I figure is about the dumbest thing I could do. Nope, works. Absolutely. I don't know if you saw, but I'm suffering from a little bit of insomnia this morning, so I think it was 4 o'clock in the morning my time. We were 120 players at what would have been, 4 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, Eastern Seaboard, United States, midnight Pacific time, over 100 players. So, arguably, thus far has been a better actual play experience than live was. I do have a couple of, like I've said before on a couple of other streams, I do have a couple of philosophical disagreements with with a couple of things about how the rules decisions, as it were, but I can't argue with the results, Oops, is that working? Are you going to tick or not? Tick, tick. Did it freeze? Finally? I think it froze. Oh, okay. Yep. Yep, it froze. So I think there's a bug, actually, as dumb as it sounds, with the OR operator. Which is really maddening. I have no idea how it would have lasted this long, but I can offset the problem, but I can reproduce it pretty much at will. Huh. Now what? Well, poop. Now it's working again. The OR operator seems to periodically miss. Well, yeah, but I haven't basically left the area of an L core. If being more, like I haven't really, I've been working around the same L core size space. It's more like half an L core in volume. So if that's far enough to cause a render bug, that's a problem. Because it completely it completely defeats the usefulness of the damn things. Well, I'm going to wander off, and I'll come back in a few minutes and see if it's misbehaved again. All right. One of these days I need to clean that up, but today's not that day. That is a flat M. Perfect. That actually should be, yes, I see the problem. So it winds up there is the only way to make that a clean join. Okay, that's fine. All right, now that leaves me a corner that I'm pretty sure an S won't, well, obvious solution, Michelle. Just don't use that as the corner. So how would I do this? I would put a window here. Had the wrong key pressed. And we'll shuffle that over one step like so. Yeah, I wind up exactly short. Now, do I... No, I don't have any S's with me. No, I don't. Okay, let me go get some. I can work with that. That I can bury. Okay, so I'll need to doctor this corner a bit. That's just not going to go together neatly all by itself, but that's an okay problem to have. Yeah, that's okay. Little bit of voxels going to be needed here, but that's okay. And to be quite honest with you, Space Nerd, for lack of a better way of putting it, if I'm the only one can complain, if I'm the only one declaring it a problem, it's probably not much of a problem. I'm just being peculiar because of the stuff I'm trying to do. And it's my nature to kind of shove at the corners to see how far things bend. But yeah, if I'm just making work for you, let me know. I can find other hobbies, for lack of a better way of putting it. Apparently I need some more material. Galvanized dark blue, icy blue. Okay. We'll just grab half. And then how are we doing for icy blue? No, yeah, not enough. Doesn't take much, but it does take some. Grab half. Shouldn't be a switch in there, pretty sure. Question mark. And then what's the material? You are white pattern carbon fiber. Awesome. Appreciate that. Glossy aluminum has, but that's not really what I'm using here, is it? No, that is glossy aluminum, just weird lighting. Okay. For now, and we'll turn you on. Oh, that's right, that's the other thing I want to do. What are you? Wax, dark gray brick, polished gray wood. Polished dark green wood, right? That's That's brick. Okay, it's just polished gray wood. It's not dark brick. Polished gray wood. Okay, got it. All right. Oh, I bibbity bobbity booed apparently. Didn't want to do that. There we are. That's what I was trying to achieve. You can go there. And you can go there. Okay. That takes care of that thing I was meaning to do. Alright. Did I bring a zone? I do have a zone. Excellent. It's even the right size. Yay. Why, thank you. Now, what's that feel like? Hello? I did just plug that in, right? Yep, it's plugged in, all right. Okay. Okay. Just slow on the uptake. Wow. Show. Hello, detection zone. What the hell more do you want? Okay, I guess that has to go on the ground then. That's not quite useful, but okay, sure. We'll just, okay, we'll tuck that there. Yeah, wow, what a difference. Okay. Cool. No, okay, we're still working here. Okay, let's see here. Mistake there. I think I'm gonna hold off on that for just now. Cause you, I think, are, yeah, you're definitely a problem. Alright. You might be a problem too. Okay, so let's get those. So I need a triangle piece for in there. Elements. M triangle. Yep, here we go. There we are. Oh, eek. Alright, let's fix that. Okay, that just isn't going to line up no matter what I do. That will be completely dependent on the 10-foot rule. Or 3-meter rule in this case. Yeah. Let's see here. Can I fix this by virtue of vatting? Yeah, I can. Okay, good. And we'll have to bulk up this back line here. I can take advantage of that overhang by tipping a couple of these into their normal configuration, but I really do like the tower look. So I'll see if there's something else interesting I can't put under the glass there as opposed to wasting all that space. Like here, right, you can see I've got the 3D printers up front, and that looks pretty cool when they're running. So, and officially it doesn't matter where this is. I could bury it underground for the difference it makes, but I just like having it by the door for entirely visual reasons. On the other flipper, he said, I could take it out of there and add it as a function of this upper floor in that corner. Let's see what that looks like. So if it's just sitting flat, which is my least favorite way to do that, yeah, it's not good. Well, first off, it's not going to fit. Well, look at that. It does. Under the category of pretty much exactly. Oh, well then, he said. You know, I guess that's your new home. Okay, we'll leave that there because it's no big deal to come up the elevator and over here anyway. Now, while I'm here, let's do this. Just set you there. Grab you and that looks okay. And we'll set you. Nah, we'll put it right beside. Maybe there. Yeah, okay. And then just to remind everybody, specifically me, what the hell this is about. We'll put that there. We'll plug it in. And we'll bit the bottom of it. There. Now, did I have not yet doubled up this. Yes, I did double up that wall. Very good. Okay. Oops. Get my head out of the wall here. Don't like that. Yeah, it looks like I'm stuck with it no matter which way I do it. Okay. There we go. Switch that out nicely. Nope. Hey, Syncopia, good to see you. Hope you're doing okay. Willkommen. All right. That tidies that spot up a little bit. That tidies that up a little bit. Gives me a little bit more room in that front area. Very cool. Glad to hear it, Syncopia. All right. There we go. I don't know if you saw, by the way, Space Nerd, but I did put in a just in chat. I opened the discussion yesterday about the idea about if it'd be possible to reduce the delay on container polling. Like right now, it's fixed at 30 seconds, right? So if you do the API call to ask a container what's in it, you either get an answer or you get a time up to 30 seconds in the future, and that applies to all containers on that core. Which makes...
Everybody get up, it's time to slam now. We got the real jam going down. Welcome to the Space Jam. Here's your chance, do your dance at the Space Jam. Alright.
Welcome! Thank you so much for the raid, Major Domo. Major Majo. Sorry, I'm so used to saying that Major Domo, I just completely misread it. Forgive me, I'm only halfway through my first cup of coffee. Major Majo, yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Deeply appreciated. Your timing is impeccable. We're in the middle of an ad break. But thank you. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, I figured essentially it was an anti-DDoS thing, Space Nerd. Well, what I was wondering is if it could get dropped from 30 seconds down to something like 17 to in the 17 to 13 range, if that was something that was within your grasp or not. If it is, I think it would be advantageous. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. All right, thank you very much, Major Majo. Appreciate the raid again. Be well, enjoy your meal. Take care of yourself. Okay, I hadn't seen it, Space Nerd, so thank you very much for letting us know. I mean, yeah, again, if it's not in reach, it's not in reach, and life's like that. Do I want to tear this thing apart right now? I don't think so. I think we'll leave it alone. I need to set. Well, let's take a moment here. All right, turn this off. Just go into here. Okay, let's do a couple things here. Hey, Willie Ken. I don't know if I have one. Let me see. I don't have. If I do, I don't have it spawned in yet. Let me do it that way. Well, don't do that. So give me a minute. Let me take a look, and I will let you know. Just trying to simplify what this thing's doing right now. I think we'll leave the rest of it alone. Okay, go back to doing your do. All right, you asked about inventory, elements, all types. It seems to me now all of these that I have here, by the way, you can get for free at the Arg, I'm blanking. Anyway, there is a dispenser location that the devs have, that the admins have set up, which is all of the imported stuff that's currently locked for public access. Free one was a medium grid way. Okay, yeah, then I don't have anything smaller than that. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, you're doing something up there. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't have anything smaller than what's publicly available right now. Now that said, which one's which here? Give me a second. I wish you could preview these things. Let me go stand over here. Zoom. The smallest curve on that grid would not fit in a small. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. I have so little actual stuff that it's not even going to try and show me the deployment outline. Yeah, fine, be like that. Oh, there we go. All right. Because often what I find is you can take apart pieces of other things to get what you want, right? And that's commonly how I build stuff. Is that not amazing work? God damn. There's some incredibly skilled people in this game. Alright, give me a sec here. So that isn't it. Thank you very much, Space Nerd. Jupiter 2 Lost in Space. Oh, very cool. See, there's this one, right? And what I'm wondering is if the top of one of those wouldn't get what you need done. Right? Some of this stuff is just absolutely wild. stuff people can do. Oh my gosh. What the hell is that? I don't even know what some of this stuff's for. Well, oh wow, very Sithy, isn't it? Oh, some nice fonts up there. Well, I'll tell you what, give me a minute here. Let's see if I can get the material required to get this thing spawned in for you. And, you know, for lack of a better way of putting it, you know, you're welcome to whatever is here. It's not like I paid a lot for it. All right, let's see what I need to get that spawned in. Why not? I'm gonna want it eventually anyway. Okay, so it's not like it's a hardship. So that's the V2. Was it V2? No, it wasn't. Now I'm confused. I still don't know what that means either. But thank you, 1K. Oh, really, Ken, the point is I bought these to deploy them, okay? So I'm going to need to do this eventually, right? So that's not a discussion to me. Is that the one I was thinking? Right. Like, they're not going to do me any good. I don't buy stuff to hoard it. Right, that's... Okay, so it is the V1 I wanted. Okay. Okay, so... We'll put that back in the nano pack. I'll grab the V1. I might as well grab the pipe set now, because I'm going to need that anyway. Yep, I'll show you how to do that. So what you do, pick the one you want to deploy. Hit your equip, right, the way you normally would. It'll pop in, and then you can use your arrow keys to fine-tune where it's going to deploy. But as soon as you do that, it freezes it relative to your location, which means you can then walk into the middle of it to make sure that your fine-tuning is, well, finely tuned, right? So yeah, I find this very valuable because it lets me, particularly if I do something like I did the other day, which is just romple through and grab a whole bunch of different ones all at once. Wow, check this out. Holy crap. Yeah, compound curve on 2 axes. Absolutely stunning. But, you know, sorry, squirrel. But, you know, particularly where I do things like grab a half dozen things at one go because I'm at a location, then I find it really valuable to do this kind of pre-place and sneak peek. Now, it looks solid, but it's not, obviously. So, you know, but it does let you get a good look at what it is you're deploying to make sure that, you know, in my case, I grab stuff in advance of projects, knowing that, yeah, I'll need this in a little while. Oh, absolutely. One of the best things I've seen on from another live streamer lately. It used to be really popular among the flight streaming community, flight sim community, but a lot of them have gotten out of doing it. Some of them had like really complicated setups that were, you know, mapping joystick and everything else. Okay, what you can Hey, Van Herk. What you can do, Willie Ken, we're going to snooze that ad, is you can go get the not DRM free version from wherever you find it, and then open a ticket with the admins, and they will un-DRM your deployed version for you so that you can use it. It's a known issue. It relates to a stupid decision that NovaQuark made. That that in honor, it's essentially to honor the requests of the content creators. Those items have been locked down because people were coming here to grab, well, let's be blunt, to steal copies they didn't have right to, and take it to their own servers, right? So as with most things, you know, if people are going to be stupid, then the admins are going to have to do something equally stupid to stop the stupidity. It inconveniences everyone because some people just can't play nice. Yep. So, hang on a second. If you're not familiar with it, one sec. Boop. Come on now. That's not the one I wanted to move, but thanks very much for playing. God damn, that thing's annoying. One sec. Dealing with stupid OBS tricks. Okay. So, settlers. So, what you do is over here under support, create ticket. And they'll just tell them what the name of the you know, your character name, what the name of the construct is, and they'll it's not a hassle. It's literally it's part of running the server. They understand it, and they have asked people to do it. Well, and even, you know, it would be a hassle except for the part where they literally said, hey, this is the workaround we're willing to do. So, you know. And the other thing too is give them credit. They're both professional IT people. They understand how to triage. If your ticket is the least important thing they have to work on at the moment, you may rest assured it will be the last thing they work on that day. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean give them some credit. That's just how it is, right? I just squirreled myself. I was going to spawn that stupid thing in. Give me a minute here. Okay, that does fit. Pretty sure this doesn't, though. No, that doesn't even come close to fitting. All right, now what? Oh, lots of room here. Okay. There. It's not very space efficient, but yeah. Cool. I just like the way industry looks when it's running. So yeah, I'm gonna essentially do something like a ziggurat in rough profile, Van Herk, and I'm gonna glass the sides in so that when you're anywhere in my little bowl here, because that. Oh, you're okay. You're gonna ignore me because I'm in build mode. Fine. Doopy doopy doo. Boop. So, right, you can sort of see my layout here. So I've got this whole little valley bowl area. That's my space. So what I want is that if you're anywhere in this area, that you'll be able to see the industry running when this place is powered up and chomping away. So yeah, it's going to use a lot of glass, a lot of canopy glass. But I think it's going to be really bloody cool to have an L core done like that, with 5 or 6 tiny factories, all of them chewing away on various projects. You know, and you'll be able to see all the various pieces of industry just stomping away. I think it's going to be a very cool look. The ultimate idea is to occupy most of this space with not quite something as expansive as Drac has got, but certainly a small shipyard slash warehouse slash fly-in, blah blah blah, for you know, as much new folks as anything else here on Haven. I like Haven. I like how it looks, and so and it turns out I have a very busy neighbor, which is great. Their space over there has been growing steadily as well. And I think someone just moved in on the other side of 16 there. So that's cool. This area is slowly starting to pick up and look kind of neat. It's much more visible at night. But yeah, I've like from over by that block over there is the demo tiny factory, right? And from there you can clearly see the what's going on in the wind. Yeah, particularly at night you can see the equipment and the lights and stuff like that, which is mostly what I'm looking for. Even if you're flying over, it's still pretty pronounced. So yeah, I think it'll just be a cool feature on the landscape for anyone flying in and out of 16 or the area around 16. Okay. So, and this beast is coming along. As I was saying earlier on, I've got Omega 28 is doing my voxel touch-up for me, and is doing a fantastic job. Looking really good. So far, just on the exterior, just focusing, basically just trying, they and I started discussing and trying to pin down the aesthetic I started with, and then how does that compare to the aesthetic that they can deliver. It's starting to look pretty good. Tinkering with colors, tinkering with materials, that sort of thing. How armored, how brutalist, how industrial, you know. Alright. Okay. Okay, let's get this glass in, then I can go peek about the next thing. But yeah, I'm, like I say, testing so far, it looks good, but I also know where to look and what to look for. So I'm hoping that as things progress, I'll be able to get a little bit of feedback from other folks and find out if it's doing what I want. But in the meantime, I'm having a lot of fun building it. Still stomping away. Oh, you died. Well, how awkward. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, kind of wandered outside the area of an Alcor a couple times there, so I suppose I'll forgive it. But oh, okay. It's got blast to make. Oh, I'm gonna snitch out of here then. Oof. Okay. Apparently not. Alright, well, that negatively impacts my plans for the moment. Okay. Well, let's pave some more floor. And to do that, we might as well just tap this directly. Yeah. Oh, okay, I see what the problem is. You just sit there, would you? Who asked you? Really? One, two, three, four, five. You done? No, you're not done. Thank you. Okay. Stay. Sit. Okay. Now, where does this end? Well, here. Okay. Just grab an easy strip. This doesn't fit, does it? No, it doesn't. Okay. It's about a half, though. Okay. So then we will take advantage of that and use about a half. Oh, I see what I did. That wasn't very bright. Good grief today. this whole thing has to be discussed. Well, it's not going to be discussed. It needs to be removed. Let's just be blunt. However, that means I can then go here and do that. Yes. Is that right? Yeah, it is. Never mind. Been staring at this pattern so long, it's starting to confuse me. And now for the part that no one was waiting for. Yeah, okay. So... how does that really look? Do you mind? Thank you. So what are we looking at? 2 cube? 2 squares? Okay. So, alright. I think I said 2. All right, let's see if this works. Does that give me... okay, what have I got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I wind up 1 short. So that would be... is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. No, I had it right the first time. Okay, let's try this again. So 2, 4, 6, 8, and then 1 on each end is 10. Yep, that's right. So that's... okay. Just count it again, because otherwise it'll drive me nuts if it turns out to be wrong. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. Yep, that's... there we go. And then it gets easy. The first one's the worst. Okay, this mess. I'm going to have to come up with a better way to do this, but for now, I really don't want to have to stick another core under here just to do dressing on this. So I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go raid an asteroid just so I can get a whole bunch of dirt to fill this gap in. You know something? That might not be a bad thing to hire some young, enterprising pilots to handle for me. I.e., I'm lazy. I'll leave it like that for now. Except I can't. Alright. I need all that. know what you are, but I'm not a fan. Well, when in doubt, just make it go away. Okay. How the hell did I do that? Can't click there, so that shouldn't be a problem. Or is that on the other side of the equation? Is that oh, that's the other core. Okay, it's the other core that's coming up short there. Okay, got it. That's fine. That's easy to fix. Yeah, that's the other core. All right. And that's as far forward as that one goes. And that actually looks right. Pretty good. Okay. There. Yeah, I will openly admit that's at least half the reason I own a maintenance unit. I got through building something when... You're kidding me. I'm out by 1 voxel here? You're kidding me. I'm... Dismantle. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Oh, I was unhappy. Yeah, I was unhappy. Really? You couldn't have let me know that sooner. Yeah, okay, and then I want that one too. Speaking of which, why are we there? Oh, I know why. Because this is fronted outwards to get that facade. Okay, yeah. That's okay. That's supposed to look like that. Okay, never mind. I was about to have an unhappy, but no, that's supposed to look like that. Okay. All right. Okay. So now I can go over here. Oops. But not from there. Right. And this splinter piece, yeah, I can copy that out of the main piece. So this can just get recycled. Mostly it's down here I need this right now. So that's where we're going to go first. And even that, just this little extra bit will make a huge difference. We're out of material. Okay. We'll have to let the industry catch up, but that's all right. Okay. But that gives me a lot more room to work on this thing. while also working on this. Okay, that. Do I want to get into this conversation? I'm not so sure. It has to stay, on this core, otherwise the industry here can't benefit from it. I'm thinking, however, it would that I would be a whole lot less unhappy if what I did was move it back here-ish. Hello, Ebony. Are you going to come to visit? I can't remember if this command works or not. One sec. Yeah, there we go. All right. I think I'm going to leave it as is for now. It'll probably get moved, but I'm also not unconvinced that I'm not going to completely redo the interior of it so that it makes a little bit more sense. It's a mishmash of 3 different builds right now, in terms of the interior, the exterior, and the decoration, and I'm not I like how it looks, I don't like how it works. So, yeah. But it's stopgap. It's a way of hiding a whole bunch of containers of various sizes. It looks like a silo. It is a silo. Needs a little more thinking. Although, that having been said, that's not a bad discussion to have either. So this is going to churn for a while, making more glass. Because do I have an L container in the inventory? Okay, first off, inventories. All types, favorite container, outpost storage. First question. All types, elements. I don't have an L in working inventory. Okay, and one hasn't come off. One hasn't come out of the assembly line yet either. All right. I mean, I can just pull one of the other L containers out just to wiggle it around and look at it, but then I have to put it back. And I largely agree with you, Syncopia. It has to do something valuable. It just can't. It look cool is not good enough. Because let's just sit that down here and let's have a conversation. All right. So I have to stay to the left of that block. You're in the way, but that's all right. Well, no, because as soon as that's done churning, I can just make this bigger. So that's not that big a problem. I just need a flat surface to anchor to. So let's just arbitrarily work there in that little square. So that is the footprint of an L container. Okay. Can we make that look a little... Yeah, we can. Now, if what I wanted to do... And then we have one of these right here. if I sit you here, for example, what is that square? 230, 230.5. Okay. So that is centered then, quote centered. Okay. Put you here. Careful, you. Sorry. Putty Tat's being a pest. If I put you there. Suppose, oh yeah, coincidentally. .5. So that would be, wow, that would be one big piece of work. But it would give me a whole lot more vertical to work with. I can use the same form factor, right? I can sort of use this shape. And then what would that look like? Let's go get another one. Let's play a silly game. What did I do? Well, let's just grab a piece and look. Grab that. Okay, we're out of material, so I'm just going to arbitrarily sub in glossy aluminum. And we're just going to flip that around. Okay, so it's 1 vox thick, which is just going to make my life more difficult. So, while I can keep the shape, I think I'm actually better off building it from scratch. Because for something that size, I'm pretty sure I would rather work 2 voxels thick. Pretty sure that's just going to work better. Okay. Okay. So I think now that I've looked at it, activate. Thank you. Now that I've looked at it and I've seen it, I think that's going to be worth doing. So what that means is that for every deck, if you will, of the silo, I would need 2 large and 2 medium containers, which is going to be a good amount of volume. So let's go over here. Let's turn our hover off. Okay, we're chomping away. That's good to see. Good to see. Turn you back. No, stop. Stop. Thank you. And that one needs to be in the off position. I need to move that switch. I do that constantly, which is what is referred to by professionals as a hint. Professional what? Couldn't tell you. We sit there. Okay. That's as close as it gets. Okay, I'm fine with that. There. Less likely to do it that way. Yeah. All right. Now. Let's take a look here. Okay, we'll need container hubs. No question. We'll need basic containers. Oh, look at you. Basic container M, basic container. Okay, I know why I've done that. Alright, yeah, I see it. However, the container hub... Whoa, stop that. Okay, container hub, yep, definitely want to leave that in the build it mode. And container M's, yes, that's good. I actually don't care about dispensers right now. I'm just going to take those out of the production list for now. Why are you complaining about pure calcium? There's 4,500 liters in inventory. Stop whining, just fix it. Let that run for a minute, and then I'll switch to the other machine. Now, what is it I'm using here for material? Because I like how it looks. Like, it's a good color, it's a good texture. That's just... Yeah, that's aged blue pattern plastic cold. Dirt simple. Okay, well, you know, if it works, it works. Yep. All right. And I know I'm using glossy aluminum up here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. So, don't need to duplicate. Okay. Although, that is an experiment I do want to conduct. I've been using glossy aluminum by default, but let's ask the fancy question about what happens if you use copper. don't have any over there, so we're just going to grab the whole block, throw it over here, wander over here, and bravo. Yep. Oh, okay, yeah, right. Do I like that better? What do you think, chat? Let the render engine catch up here. Oops. Well, the good news is that I can afford to leave that there for a couple of days and just look at it. So I think what we're going to do is do the same thing here. And I'm just going to leave it in the back, sort of the background of my mind for the next couple days, and see if I, for lack of a better way of putting it, notice. Because if I don't notice, I'll use aluminum because it's cheaper. If I do notice, then that's a whole other discussion. And I want to drop that skirt. Yeah, that's exactly, and yes, that. See, I used to be very big into steampunk, and so for the whole copper and brass thing was very much a color aesthetic that I adore, and still is. I really enjoy the look of it. I didn't get it was I didn't get into steampunk because it was fashionable. I got into steampunk because I liked the fashion, which is two different statements. And so, for me at least, using copper and yellow steel to get copper and brass as a look around the place isn't a bad answer, right? But it's also not the the futuristic vibe that one would tend to associate. So I'm kind of looking at that whole reaction thing, but is that really the right answer? That's not the right answer. There. That's better. Apparently I need another barrier or two. should solve that problem. And do the same thing over here. There. It's almost, well, most of the time, if I go zooming off the edge here, it's intentional. But yeah, the way up, I keep doing that. Okay. All right. Okay, we're getting our engines. We got some other stuff happening. Yay. Industry doing industry stuff. How are we doing on time here? Okay, we're coming up on 2 hours on the stream. All right. Let everything come up to speed here, and then we'll get on to the next piece. Now, generally speaking, that I do have a bug I need to mitigate. Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to say. Basic screws, uncommon injectors, the usual cast. Everything you need. No, you do not. Basic components, basic hydraulics, the usual unit. All right. So we're looking for basic everything, essentially. Yep, basic components. Okay, so basic hydraulics. Basic component. Uncommon injectors, we'll do that in a minute. Uncommon screws, basic screws. basic hydraulics. Yeah, that's certainly not helping. So basic hydraulics. This is a little annoying, and eventually I will take the time to hunt this bug down, but yeah, until then, manual fix is simple. The waitress code has a bug in it, and yeah, like I say, eventually I'll get pissed off enough to hunt it down, but it just winds up cutting into my playtime, and this is less, and this isn't that big a deal. So there we go, problem solved for now. Okay, you are doing your things. We can turn you off. We can turn you back on. There. If that's too loud, let me know. There we go. Container L's, because I'm going to need a few of those. Okay. Let's just get rid of Tattletale for now. That's not what I meant. This game does not do 45-degree angles very well. While this is running, getting itself back up to speed, let's take a quick moment, go back upstairs, and check on our electronics room. Still running. Interesting. Hmm. Well, that's interesting. It now has 3 pulses on the go at any one point in time. Oh, interesting. No idea. Well, okay, those would be under S, not it would be anyway. Static 4S. No, I do not have a large static 4. Let's make sure that's in the building. Okay, no, I'm not building them, and yes, I want to be. Okay, let's turn that back on. Turn this one off first. Chew away, make more glass, doing things. Wait for it. Okay. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. Yeah, that's actually what I'm trying to do with this thing up here is sequencer only mechanical. No programming board, right? Which means there's not one more programming board involved in the build. So the idea is each one of these is a 4-second delay. So if run a board for 30 seconds, switch it off, move to the next board. So this is essentially robustness testing, just making sure, you know, if I walk away from this thing, if I'm toggling around, is it going to kink out on me? Seems to be okay so far. It's taken a while to get to this point, but it seems to be working. And set up this way, I could run 5 boards with this configuration. I'd probably need a 10, right? And that would let me run two full, well, you know, chef and three lanes, no waitress. That's 4. So one of those would let me constantly run 2 full tiny factory setups. But before I go and take everything apart, because that would sort of be part of the equation, is I would need to rethink how I've actually got everything plugged in here. I want to make sure it's going to work and be reliable. Because like I say, that avoids having, if the objective here is to reduce the number of programming boards in operation, using a program board to reduce program boards isn't as far ahead as it sounds like. So if I can do it all mechanically, or electromechanically, then that's actually a significant step up. So I'm going to take a break, refill my coffee mug, things like that, stretch the legs, and then we'll be right back. Howdy, folks. Back. Thank you very much for your patience. Okay. How we doing here? Thank you very much, Syncopia. Appreciate that. Okay. Well. Do I have... No, I don't. Okay. Yeah, I do. Good. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'll need to. Now, yeah, I did exactly that. Okay, well, that's no problem. Because I can always do that. There. That'll make a few things a little bit easier to figure out. Okay. Okay, those are triplets. That's a do. Okay, I get it. All right. Okay. Okay. Obviously. Okay, well, let's try something here. Because... So, I mean, that's legal, officially. And we can go all the way over there with this one, officially. But we're not gonna, because I think I would be better off putting a smelter there. I think it would do a much better job of occupying the space. Yeah, I think it would. Flip it around so the wide point is down. Okay. Yeah, okay. That wasn't the brightest thing I've ever done. That can... Yep, we'll just use the plastic. We don't have any, apparently. We could do that. That's out. Okay. Alright, let's use the... Interesting. Glossy carbon, there we go. That's an easy one to work with. Doesn't look terrible. Oh, only have a half meter of that. Apparently I'm not working with that. Gloss blue plastic. There we go. Okay, we'll work with that. And we will sit that here for now. And then back to finished goods, elements, function. And then equip. Okay. Now, you are bumping into, okay, you're bumping into that. Okay, you apparently fit there just fine. We'll wiggle you a bit more this way so you occupy a bit more of that space. Yep, looks good. And then you put the other one in backwards, as it were. Nope, like that. Just about right. Biggest problem I'm going to have soon is running out of plugs. But okay, there we go. Smelters. Yep, there we go. So that'll get those two up and kicking. What are we doing here? Now, about this empty space. And that's what I thought. Okay. So, no. But that's okay. And then those would output over there, sure. So, and then I need to plug those into here. Let's just look. I'm just gonna do this. There we go. So that plugs all those in. Take this down for now, but stow the plastic in my nano pack. Clunk. Oh! Oh dear. Script errors, huh? Gosh, look at those. Oh, right. They need to be pre-started. Doesn't matter with what, just needs to be pre-started. Let's see here. So, I go here. I get my industry management tool. I point at you, and it's Alt-C. And then no, I'm not doing that right. I know I'm not doing that right. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, where the hell's it? Change log release notes. There we go. Come on. Oh, I know there's a way with the industry tool to be able to copy the config from one piece of machinery to another. Oh well, I can't find it. Okay, here we go. Let's container bugs. Hold Alt on the machine you want to copy and left mouse. Okay. Let's try that then. So, for example, here we go. We're just gonna, so Alt, left mouse, settings. Oh, very nice. And then just left mouse. Pah! Look at that. That's cool. Paste it again. Yay! Well, okay. That's actually really simple, straightforward. Because that makes spinning up new machines this way real simple. Thank you very much, Syncopia. Appreciate that. Okay, let's turn this back on again, see what we get. Here we go. Now, okay. Well, we're going to let that churn for a minute. Off of GitHub. Try Vector's update. Okay, let's try the two-screen version. So let's pop that thuswise. We will copy the raw file. We will go here, go here. Small screens ought to do it. Bah, that can't be. That's a small screen? Wow. Okay. That. That. And then we will go back to just need a programming board. Connect to core, okay, and a data bank. So core, data bank, and then screens. Got it. Let's go back here. Whoop. I will just temporarily drop this up here. And then whoop. Okay, and so we will go from hither to Yonish. Oof, really? we go. And then I right-click that, and I advanced, paste the Lua config, boop, and devatify. Oh, that's part of why I want to see this thing, is in this configuration. Single screen is plenty, but I'm just curious. Conversation last evening, I'm just curious about this. Yep. Yep. Single screen would be plenty. Okay. Away. You can go here. Copy. And advanced paste. Set this to, okay, advanced LUA parameters. We're actually going to turn this up to 7. Yep, definitely a tiny font. But, all right. Okay. Yeah. I think that'll be handy. Yeah, okay. I think that'll be worth having. Okay. Whoop, wrong button. Okay. Okay. Next. So that's cool. Oops. Yep, that'll do what I want. Okay. Yeah, that looks cool. And I think that that's not how I want to do that. Excuse me, my apologies. There we go. Yeah, I was afraid of that, but that's okay. Aha! These list batch numbers. Well, that's useful to me. Well, well, well. I knew you could get that information out of the machines, but that's good to keep in mind. Okay. I don't remember deploying that. I must have done that by accident. That's funny. No, you're not. Okay, you're not really here. That's really funny. I didn't think I deployed that because I'm pretty sure I didn't have enough of the right materials. That's a ghost. That's funny. Millions of dead render engines. Okay. Are we any closer here? Okay, I need basic engine, basic atmospherics. Nope, they're not done yet. Retro Rocket S. Yes, do we have the Retro Rocket S's? I'm actually going to take all four. I have a suspicion. The lights I should have. There's my two stabilizers. I've got the telemeter. Freight engine M's, I need two. I'll just grab all three. Thank you. So mostly waiting on the atmosphere engines to come out. And you know, basic atmosphere. M. Okay, much faster spin up. Much leaner fuel consumption. Same number of hit points. Same volume, same mass. Just much longer to build. Okay. I'm just going to use the maneuvers then. I'll grab two out of that stack, and I'll just use the uncommon maneuvers. It's a better engine for the job. So there. All right. Let me. So if that's the case, let me turn this off. We'll turn you back on. Yeah, very weird Syncopia. I'm just gonna nope out all of these. If somebody needs them, I can spin them up, but right now they're just chewing up time. Hey, Van Herk. No, confirmed, it's alt. Worked just fine. Okay, let's get over here. So let's start with the engine replacement. I know there's a way to do a straight replacement, but not going to worry about it. That is center of mass there right now. But I'm not going to get that engine to that point. It's just not going to go there. All right. Let's drift that engine further back then so that I have more room to drop a couple more small containers if I want. Put that back here. Can I get there? No, I cannot. What's that? 4.5. That's okay. That's 33. We're good there. Yeah, 433. Hey, RG Kitano, good to see you. Got your tiny fat. Oh, you are very welcome. Glad it worked out for you. Yeah, it makes me happy to find out people are getting to use that. Okay, the engine itself is going to be what it collides with, eh? Okay, so 5 would be the magic answer. Sure, we can do that. No. 5. Okay, there we go. And then connect to fuel. There's no fuel. Right, need to add those now. So where did I put those? Okay. Okay, minus 12, 44, 3.5. Everyone yell at your screen when you see when you see that fuel tank. I'm not seeing it here. Oh, there it is. Thank you. What's the magic numbers here? Because I'm just terrible at this. Oh, come on. Okay, that minus 12, 44, 3.5. Okay. To be 1244 3.5, 1244 3.5, and yet not lining up properly. Why? Because I have the engine. Yeah, I have the fuel tank backwards. And yet somehow still not lined up. Sure, I believe you. Okay. However. Blinky engine thingy go here. Beep. All right. Now fuel tank. Minus 13.5, 43.5. Yeah, it is actually really convenient. I like it. Okay, and narrow tank forward. And you know, there is a real simple way of doing this. Okay, can't do it that way. Yeah, no, that's narrow. Yeah, okay. There you go. What the hell? Oh, for fuck's sakes, I hit the wrong button. Okay, well, start all over again. That is correct. That is more correct. Here we are. Yeah, can't quite get it to line up is the problem. Okay. So 13 and a half. Yeah. So that's close-ish. So what is 13 and a half, 43 and a half, yeah? And yet it's out by a couple of pixels. Interesting. Okay. Well, fine. Okie doke. But improvement's improvement. Yeah. Oop, no, don't do that. Go back. 6. You stop blinking at me. There we go. Okay. Now. 12 and a half, 6 to 0. Okay. Okay, cool. Et voilà. That's interesting. So what did I do? It's just the force field that's keyed to that. Huh. Interesting. Is that because philosophy. That makes no sense to me. Okay, let's just undo this. Alright, so I need 2 buttons. I have 1. Okay, so I'll need... a little bit of lag there. Or frame drop lag. Okay. Okay. So I need a 2 counter. I'll need a pair of them. I'll need 3 more buttons. Which are under M because button. What? And I'll need another button, a relay, actually, no, just all 3 relays. Then I'll need an orb, and then I'll need a light. I'll need 2 ores, won't I? Yeah, I'll need a second. I'll need 2 ore switches. And operator, okay, I've got 3 of them. I should be okay. Dynamic. Okay. Cool. Just let that chew. Minus 13, 0, minus 5. Okay, so let's just do this on the floor and then move things neatly. Okay, so first thing I need is 3 buttons. Hey, look, buttons. Actually, I need 1, 2 for here. I need 3, 4 for back here. And then I need 1 for up front. Right? Now. And then I need to equip an ore switch. And we'll just drop that here. And I need a light. Equip. Okay, and then I need a pair of counters. Equip. And one of these goes there. One of those goes there. And then I need 2 more ores. Equip. Like that. Right. And then I need a relay. No, this doesn't do what I want. 1 sec. Do I... okay, so... You go away. You need to move over here. You need to move over here. And then I need another button. Which I don't have. Manual button. Nope, I'm out of buttons. Okay, I'll have to go get some more. But I will need another light. And it'll have to go over here. Alright. And those need to be... let's go get that button. Chomping away. Okay, I'll just gotta grab 2 more because one's never enough. There we go. Somebody's lying to me. Should be 3 recyc... Well, yeah, it says 3 recyclers. It's only showing 1. Why? You guys not turned on? Pure oxygen. Maintain. Okay. Pure hydrogen. Maintain. Yeah. Okay, odd. Okay, so button. Put that there. Caution light is that color. So then you go to the ore, you go to the ore, and you go to the ore. There we go, right? And then you go out plug, signal 1 goes to here. And that in turn goes to there. And then out plug signal 1 goes to here, goes to here. So this is starboard door. And this is rename. Cool, so that's all right. And then the last thing to do is from here to the door itself. And then from here to the door itself. All right. So then what that does is if any of these buttons are pushed, right? Oop, I forget. Oh, I forgot to plug it into here. Doesn't help. So there to there. Here we go. There to there. There we are. Okay, let's try that again. So now, if any, for example, if any of the buttons on this side are pushed, it toggles the door, but if the door is open, then this light will flash amber, and this goes up front. So that you don't have to frigging get out of your seat to find out if one of your doors is open, which is personally something that drives me batty. Flying along doing exterior view and find out you're flying with the door open and looking like a dumbass. So yeah, so it also means that your person in your right-hand chair has got control over the doors, right? And you can, I mean, pilot can lean over and hit them. Okay, so now this one, move it outside, and it will be down low because it has to be accessible from ramp level. Like that. And this one goes to the right of the door at a reasonable level, like so. And then we repeat the process over here. Interior, same idea. Just about here. Okay. And then the electronics can just go up over the door out of the way. So with both doors open, both crew warning lights are flashing up front, and then yeah. And really, the last thing that's probably needed is just an internal light back here. Go there, and that can go there. A trip light, if you will. There. So when the doors open and people may be coming and going, we'll turn a light on, so it's so even if it's dark outside, you can sort of see what the hell you're doing internally. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm pleased about that. Winds up a decent amount of space in here, actually. Pleased about that, too. All right. Now, I need... You are... what? Basic container S. Okay. accesses. Yep. No, those are all the way forward. Interesting. Didn't think I'd done that. Okay. Yep, they're flush front. Okay. That looks pretty good. This one's actually tucked back for whatever reason. But hey, I'm sure I was being clever. If I wasn't, don't tell me. What is it? Two? Yep, just like that. Okay, now. Now, what's that work out to be? $44 kiloliters. Okay, so 44,000 liters. Iron, if I recall correctly, is 6 per liter. Right. So, well, it's 44 tons if it's just water, which is 1 kilogram per liter, right? So it's 44 tons. But if we go times 6, we're at 260 tons. So that is what we want to lift, is 260 tons. Or the cargo capacity is 260 tons nominally. I'll be happy if we can get this thing to do 100 tons to orbit. That's my objective. So, but it's what overclocks are for. So, next question. Where are we at with... So, the ship currently weighs 55 tons, right? At 2.6 Gs. So, if you double that to get basically 55 tons carried mass, that gets you to 1.8 Gs. So we can do 100 tons with the configuration of it right now. And we're not done fitting out engines on this thing yet. So that's good to know. So we may be able to get 200 tons to orbit before overclock. Okay. All right. Definitely needs interior lighting. I'm going to take a couple excess verticals. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. Okay. We're going to change that color scheme. Button. We'll go with page cream. A little easier on the eyes. And that lights up that area. I need 2 more chairs. We may as well get those installed now. And we'll get back to installing engines and things. Where are you sitting at? That's 10, 12, 3. 10, 12, 3. Okay. And then the one beside that is at 10, 9, 3. Sure. I believe you. Okay, just like that. Okay, so we got 4 passengers, 2 crew. A little bit extra space up here that can be customized either by adding more chairs, more cargo, whatever you want to do. Same thing back here. There's more room to put cargo rack, whatever you want to do. Lots of space up in that forward area. This obviously enough that hole there is going to get filled in. This is a demo build, just proofing engines, stuff like that. All right, now I need, what do we got here? Wing M. Now, where are you at? You are at -9. And button. $9.53. Oh, it is. Wow, really? I didn't think I'd lined it up that well. Okay, I see what's going on. Yep, just like that. Yeah, okay. Slightly more reasonable than I thought. Didn't expect that. There we go. Right. And where are you sitting? 9.55, 10 and a half. Okay. Hang on. I don't believe you. -9, 55, 10 and a half. Yeah, okay. All right. There we go. Now I need 2 freight engines. And those are comparatively easy. They're just sitting at the edge of the block there. Oops, that ain't right. Yeah, okay. There's comparatively easy, and then there's whatever the hell it is I'm doing right now. 354. Yeah, okay, way wrong. Okay, so it's going to have to be 454. Except that it can't. What the hell? Okay, so engine goes up, up, over. That's 3.5. Can't do. Okay, so 3 is okay. Can't do 3. The engines hitbox each other. Right? So that means this has to step 1 out, which of course it cannot, because okay, so 1 for you, 1 for you, 1 for you. So 3.5. Yeah. Cool. There we go. And this is going to be the same problem, right? So 9. Okay. Okay, and these engines I have sitting that way. And it needs to be back 1 more. So that's 54.5, 4.5, 54.5, 4.5. Yep, go. All right, those are lined up properly. Okay. Okay. How are the numbers looking? So we got 6.5 G's space. So yes, we can throw this. We can throw 200 tons around with this. Fantastic. And we're at 217, so still technically. Yeah. Okay. The high altitude lift is ridiculous, but that's good news. Okay. So then I need my 2 maneuver engines. I have concerns. You're going to go there for now. What's the number? 1157, 5.5. 1157, 5.5. There. Okay. Right. And then down here, 1157 minus 4.5. $11.57, 4.5, just like that. Okay. And then those are what? Stabilizer S's. let's just do the obvious here. I forgot to check numbers here. 17.5, 56.5, 1.5. I think I got it first try. 17.5, 56.5, 1.5. Yep. Got it first try. Amazing. Okay, so then I just draw my stabilizers up and down. I mean, this thing's going to steer like a battleship, I suspect, but, you know, it's basically a delivery truck. Okay. 17.5, 54, 6. 6.5. Interesting. Okay. Yep, that pans because there is a gap there. And 16.5, 54.5, 6.5. Okay. Interesting. Yep. But that is also how that one's sitting. Okay, cool. Oh, interesting. That's a potential problem. Well, not really. Just move it, but 16.5, 54, 6.5. Yep. Yep. So that's actually, yeah, I don't like that. It's correct, but it's wrong. Oh, it's the whole half friggin'. Okay, no, that's. Here we go. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Almost 4G's lift. Yeah. Well, actually, we have 4G's lift. At a massive 75. So it will easily do 150 and still have 2G's acceleration. Brilliant. I'm more than content with that. Okay. Now that's dry weight. Fuel's going to be something, right? Can't ignore the fuel weight. So I suspect we'll probably drop a couple of overclocks onto this once everything else is kitted into it, just to get that extra bump. Okay. Okay. Next. Adjusters. I can see the this thing's going to be super tail heavy, which is the reason I've got those lifters in the back. But I can see needing to move that cargo hub forward to about here, so that it flies level when loaded. Okay. Let's get the air brakes onto it. Good. All right, and then we've got small windows that need to go into those holes. Or extra small windows, actually. There we go. Bumping. That's the hitbox for the okay. What am I bumping into? Oh, well, okay, so those are too, okay, so those are set too far in is the problem. Okay. So those cargo cans are in the wrong spot is the issue. And there we are, fixed. Okay, and then that can be there. There we go, that's better. I'm going to leave the canopy glass off initially until I make sure I've got the nose done right. These otherwise it's just difficult to work in there, right? Seven, 14, and 8.5. Weird. Okay. These windows must be sitting up higher than the other ones are. Stop it. No. Yeah. That? No, that doesn't work. Ah, that bumps into those cargo containers. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, okay. All right, I'll play with that in a minute. It's looking okay. All right, now I need to drop in the maneuver engines. $11.5, 31. And then 20, 29, and 0.5. Okay. So, except that isn't right. Oh, 30. 17. 1731. I don't know what the hell I had clicked before. 1731. Okay, I can get to 7.5. Okay, that'll have to do. Okay, that's weird. 17th. Flat top and vent that way. Okay. Yep. which probably means you're the problem. Yep, no, bump. Weird. And where are you sitting? 11 and a half, 31. Yep, flat bottom out. This must be... okay. Yep. Weird. What that broadly implies is that that pod is tucked in one square too tight. Doesn't look like it, though. Not sure what's going on there. That needs to be submerged one tick. Okay. Alrighty, folks, I'm gonna have to wrap up the stream. I just saw the time. 4 hours is plenty. Alright. But progress all around. So this thing will probably be flyable by next weekend, which makes me happy. It'll give me a chance to do a few shakedowns, tune the design, and by then Dark Angel should have the voxel work finished up, and it's just a matter of merging the two, basically overwriting the voxel work she's done into this design, or overriding this design with the voxel work she does on the other one, and we're good. Yeah. I'm really pleased. Okay, now I like I like the force field bridges, and still ticking. So that's over an hour that it's been working. I'm okay with that. It's more than 2 hours, actually. And then hopefully we'll see some good progress from Omega over the week, and that monster will be closer to done as well. That'll be cool. But yeah, lots to look forward to. Part of the equation is that from up here, I'll be doing a string of L cores that go down the hill and over there, and they're going to get basically there's going to be a road that runs down over to the starport is the idea, and there may be some shipbuilding stuff and what moved down over there. We'll see. But either way, I'm happy with this. Yeah, we got a basic container done. Awesome. Alrighty. All in all, pretty good. And yeah, I think, major project number next is going to be doing a better version of the silo over there, with a better layout internally, and probably will in fact wind up with 2 large silos, much shorter, but 1 and 2 sort of right along that line there. And I think that'll work better for the way the factory is laid out. Basically, each silo being its own hub, cargo hub that material can be put into, as opposed to being a collection of scrap pieces from everywhere else. Now, a certain amount of that's required because of the way Tiny Factory works. So it still may wind up with one silo that's just going to be basically the grab bag silo to keep everything else loaded, but, you know, we'll see. I think it'd be more valuable to have each one of those things that's got its own 2, 3, 4, 5 containers getting its own bin that you can go look at. I think it'd be much more cool. So, anyway, there we go. Eagle's taking shape slowly. The E19 stands for hybrid airspace, and E19 of course stands for Eagle from Space 1999. And yeah, if I can, like I say, if I can get it, the stated objective is to be able to do with nothing but parts you can get out of a backpack or a factory that you build from a backpack, a hybrid that'll haul 100 tons to orbit. If I can beat that, I'll be happy. So, okay, so that's it. So thank you very much for hanging out and watching and commenting and all the other stuff. Much appreciated. Let's see, I'm going to check here in a minute. If there's anyone you'd like to see raid, let me know, shout out in chat. Otherwise, I'll just check and see if I recognize anybody. And we will raid on over, keep the do happening. But thank you very much for hanging out, as I say. Have fun with whatever games you... Oh, you are very welcome, Syncopia. My pleasure. But as I say, have fun with whatever games you play and reach out to folks you haven't gamed with in a while. Let them know you're thinking of them. It's amazing how much that can be worth, both to you and to them. Just getting back together, even if it's just to giggle a whole bunch, drink coffee, and talk about fun games of the past. We've met people from literally around the world through this format. So make the most of it. Get a hold of those people that you haven't talked to in a while. It's worth it. Alrighty, folks. Let me check to see who we can raid to, and we'll go from there. Same category. What are we? Syncopia's stream is up, sitting at 6.5 hours. We'll just raid on over to Syncopia. I suspect it's the same bunch of people, but it's okay. It's a Sunday after all. Not fully online. Yeah, it's okay. Alrighty. Thank you again, folks. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you all again soon. Bye-bye. All right. All right, folks. For those of you who did not raid over, take care of yourselves. Have fun. We'll see you all again soon. Bye-bye.